All right, you guys ready? All right, everybody. It's call to order. Um, Today, our invocation will be read by Pastor Noah Morgan of Hebron Presbyterian Church. Welcome, Pastor.
Let us pray. Almighty God, whose will is good and gracious, and whose law is truth, send down upon these whom we entrust with the governance of this county the spirit of wisdom and discernment, the spirit of justice and compassion, that with steadfast dedication they would serve and make decisions which benefit the common good and establish the welfare of all people. Through Jesus Christ our Lord, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God, in glory everlasting. Amen.
All right. So, today the Board of Supervisors is asked to adopt the County Administrator's proposed amended FY 2027 budget. Significant planning and analysis went into shaping this budget that strengthens services while improving the efficiency of taxpayer resources. The budget prioritizes public safety staffing, adds an IT director and 2 dispatchers to support the sheriff's office, and funds 3 new firefighter and EMS positions. Invests in county employees, provides a 3% salary increase for all county employees, and reduces out-of-pocket health insurance costs for those who elect county coverage. It supports essential operational needs, enhances resources for the registrar's office, refuse collection, fire and rescue services, and information technology. It continues our investment in public education and an increase in funding and operations for nearly $1.6 million and funding for capital improvements of $1.7 million. It also improves efficiency through program review, conducts a comprehensive evaluation programs, and processes generating over $4 million in savings that have been repurposed for the county needs. And also on that note, I want to thank Dr. Raley and staff, the department heads, for coming and working months and months on this budget. There were some hiccups. It's Dr. Raley's first budget, and I think he did an outstanding job considering, some of the challenges that other county administrators had not faced. So, thank you. On Valley Link, on April 7th, the Board of Supervisors adopted a resolution formally opposing the proposed Valley Link transmission project. On April 14th, the board appropriated $250,000 to support the advocacy efforts against the project, including community engagement and use of professional and technical experts. Goochland County has submitted a filing to the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission with counties of Louisa, Orange, Fluvanna, Culpeper, giving our community a seat at the table and a right to be heard on this issue. The filing also raises concerns about gaps in PJM's new fast-track approval process for large power plants. We request fixes so local governments like us are notified, given 30 days to commit, and recognize where law gives us authority plus requirement for PJM to publish where new projects are proposed. A community meeting is planned for Thursday, May 28th at 6 p.m. at the Goochland High School auditorium. I encourage all of you who have concerns on this to come on out. Representatives from Valley Link will attend to answer questions and hear concerns from the residents. The board also is actively and deliberately working to oppose the Valley Link project in order to protect Goochland's long-term interests, rural character, and well-being of its residents. Almost done, I promise. So Public Service Recognition Week. Today, the Board of Supervisors will approve a proclamation recognizing May 3 through 9 as Public Service Recognition Week, PSRW. This observance honors the dedication of public employees at every level of government and celebrates the commitment, talent, and service that Team Goochland provides to our community. And I think we have the best team. That's all. So, Dr. Rayleigh?
Mr. Christie and board members, I want to continue that recognition as this is Public Service Recognition Week and celebrate a few of our professionals who are in the room today. You know, the Board of Supervisors has always supported professional growth and development and strengthening our team and providing opportunities for credential attainment, college credit attainment, and just furthering ourselves as professionals. And I always want to recognize folks who are working a full-time job as members of our team who are also seeking opportunities to benefit this organization through furthering themselves as professionals. And so I want to recognize a few of those folks publicly today because certainly honor and support the great work that they're doing. So first I'd like to recognize Joe Rosano, who's our facility manager. He started with Goochland County in April of 2024, and Joe has recently earned the Certified Parks and Recreation Professional designation, which is a national professional certifications for parks and recreation managers that demonstrates advanced knowledge in areas such as operations, planning, and leadership. Joe also recently earned his Certified Playground Inspector certification, which qualifies him to conduct safety inspections of our playgrounds and ultimately to keep our residents safe while they're on our facilities. These achievements show Joe's strong commitment to professional excellence and directly benefit the quality of our parks and recreation facilities for all of us to be able to enjoy. And as I said, he has done this while also working a full-time job for us, which involves many nights and weekends as well. So Joe, if you wouldn't mind coming forward and be recognized. Joe Rosano. Thank you. I'm also pleased to announce that Angelia Miller has successfully completed her Certified Farmers Market Manager certification through the Virginia Farmers Market Association. And this specialized certification equips her with best practices in market operations, vendor management, risk management, and program development, all which will strengthen the success of the Goochland Powhatan Farmers Market, which starts today right across the street. You can get there with that really nice new crosswalk that we've put in. So her dedication, again, as a professional, helps to elevate our farmers market and continues to make it a standout program in the county. Congratulations, Angelia. Please come forward. Congratulations. I also want to recognize Alyssa Ferguson, our youth program coordinator, who has recently completed her ACA Camp Director certification through the American Camp Association. Her dedication to professional growth helps elevate our youth programs and continues to make them a standout in the county. Again, doing this while she is working a full-time job for us. Congratulations, Alyssa. Please come forward. Next, I want to recognize a gentleman who's been a part of our team for a few years, and many of you know. And in April, just this past month, Chance Robinson, our Assistant Director of Economic Development, earned the Certified Economic Developer designation through the International Economic Development Council. This designation establishes an industry benchmark of excellence and signifies the world's most knowledgeable and dedicated individuals in the field of economic development. Y'all, there are only 1,200 of these active professionals worldwide, and one of them is on our team. So such a great accomplishment. This credential is the gold standard for professionals who are steadfastly committed to fostering innovation, attracting investment, and driving economic growth and prosperity within our community and around the world. Earning this credential, as you can imagine, was not easy. He took a rigorous and comprehensive exam consisting of 3 parts over 2 whole days. And it assessed his knowledge, proficiency, judgment, and critical thinking in areas of economic development ranging from finance to real estate development to workforce development strategies. This marks a significant achievement and underscores his commitment to the excellence in the field. And again, he did not have to do this. He chose to do this to make himself better as a professional and further serve our community, taking this on while working over 40 hours a week. He played an integral role in attracting economic development to our community, and he certainly is a shining star for us. And Chance, we're very, very grateful and glad you're on our team. So Chance, please come forward and be recognized. Okay. Board members, I wanted to share some work that we've been doing to continue to engage with our community through an advisory committee that we've established and some roundtable discussions. This came out of work that I've done through my entry plan and shared this with you back in January. And so in April, we had a chance to meet with over 20 citizens through my Citizen Engagement Advisory Committee. We had representatives from all across our community, from districts 1 through 5, and this was a great kickoff to our work that we will be doing monthly, with another meeting to be held later on this month. We also had 5 attendees at our first community roundtable discussion, and that was held on April the 24th. And so we discussed a whole bunch of topics. It was a great conversation, topics ranging from hepatitis C and how that's impacting Goochland County, to attainable housing, to traffic, and a variety of other things. So I'm appreciative of the time that those citizens committed to engaging in that conversation. We'll have another community roundtable discussion taking place on May 20th, and we have a lot of detail about this on our website. All you have to do is go to the search terms, Community Engagement Initiatives, and it tells you a lot more about it. Paul Drumright is our contact who is coordinating these efforts for us. National EMS Week is May 17th to May 23rd. This year's theme is Improving Outcomes Together and focuses on partnerships with 911, fire, law enforcement, and health systems to enhance patient care, including advancements like pre-hospital blood transfusion, which we are doing here in Goochland. So on behalf of our county, thank you for the firefighters, EMTs, dispatchers, and deputies who continue to exemplify service over self for our residents, businesses, and visitors. And as a follow-up to Mr. Christie's comments, I too want to share my appreciation for the amazing work that our team is doing in service to our community. It's truly an honor and a pleasure to serve alongside such dedicated and passionate professionals who come to work every day to provide great service to our community. And so their subject matter expertise and their passion certainly is exemplified in a lot of great things that we're doing to serve our community. So we created a little bit of a highlight video. All of you know my background in athletics, and I tasked Jessica Kronberg with putting together a highlight video celebrating our team. And I think you might see just a few familiar faces in this video. So we'll go ahead and show that for the benefit of the community. This is its debut. Jessica, for doing that excellent work. Yep. As a reminder, Goochland Day will be held on Saturday, May 16th. We have a parade starting at 10 a.m. with the festival going from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m., taking place at the Goochland Sports Complex in the old Goochland Elementary School field. So huge thanks to the Chamber of Commerce, Foundation staff, our staff, and volunteers for making this special event possible. Again, May 16th, Saturday. As a reminder, all county offices will be closed on May 25th for Memorial Day. And last thing, did you know that we had 787 people, community members, who attended the Goochland Powhatan Extension Master Gardeners 2026 Spring Garden Fest held in Parks and Rec Sports Complex Gymnasium on Saturday, April 25th. And that stuff just doesn't happen, you all. We hosted nearly 1,000 people, and so huge kudos to our staff for supporting that effort. So thank you, Mr. Christie.
Thank you, Dr. Raley. And now for our presentation of proclamations. Ms. Bekowitz.
Right there on the top. Whereas Goochland County includes a growing number of older Americans who contribute their strength, wisdom, and experience to our community, and whereas communities benefit when people of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds are welcomed, included, and supported, and whereas Goochland recognizes our need to create a community that provides the services and supports older Americans need to thrive and live independently for as long as possible, and whereas Goochland can work to build an even better community for our older residents by planning programs that encourage independence, ensuring activities are responsive to individual needs and preferences, increasing access to services that support aging in place. Now therefore, the Board of Supervisors of Goochland County do hereby proclaim May 2026 to be Older Americans Month. The Board of Supervisors urge every resident to recognize the contributions of our older citizens, help to create an inclusive society, and join efforts to support older Americans' choices about how they age in their communities.
Thank
We
you
need a
so
motion.
much. Thank you.
Make a motion, we accept that proclamation.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Oh, wait. Hold on.
Okay, the representatives for Business Appreciation Month proclamation, please come forward. Whereas Goochland businesses play a pivotal role in strengthening Goochland County and the Commonwealth of Virginia by embracing job creation, innovation, and employing a diverse workforce to preserve the economic well-being of our citizens. And whereas Goochland businesses provide over 20,000 jobs to the citizens of Goochland and the greater Richmond region, as well as offering a variety of goods and services worldwide. And whereas Goochland's businesses work in a number of diverse industries, including agriculture, finance and insurance, construction, food and beverage manufacturing, events and hospitality, logistics, and healthcare and life sciences. And whereas one Fortune 100 and two Fortune 500 companies are located in Goochland, as well as several regional companies and hundreds of smaller businesses that employ thousands of workers. And whereas business owners and their employees contribute countless hours of service, philanthropy, and civic engagement supporting community organizations, educational initiatives, and local events. And whereas Goochland is excited to recognize and share the accomplishments of our existing businesses, entrepreneurs, small, minority, and women-owned businesses, nonprofits, and major employers that contribute to the economic health of Goochland County. And whereas it is fitting and proper to acknowledge, celebrate, and express gratitude for the dedication and contributions of our businesses, whose ongoing commitment enhances the economic vitality of our community. Now therefore be it resolved, the Board of Supervisors of Goochland, Virginia, do hereby proclaim May 2026 as Business Appreciation Month in Goochland and call this observance to the attention of our citizens in appreciation of all of our businesses.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I move that the board approve the proclamation recognizing May as Business Appreciation Month.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Yay.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, motion passes. Photo.
Representatives for the Public Service Recognition Week proclamation, please come forward. Whereas Americans are served every day by public service employees at the federal, state, county, and city levels, these unsung heroes supply continuity to our society. And whereas public employees serve in areas such as health, education, public safety, the arts, the environment, finance, public infrastructure, community planning, human rights, recreation, and more. And whereas public employees accept not only jobs but oaths. And whereas Goochland County recognizes the generous contributions of time and talent by public employees and the importance of the services they render, specifically the work performed by Team Goochland. Yes. Whereas without public service employees at every level of government, continuity of public service would be impossible. Now therefore, the Board of Supervisors of Goochland County do hereby proclaim May 3 through 9, 2026 as Public Service Recognition Week in Goochland County and commends all county employees and members of Team Goochland for delivering excellent public service. The Board of Supervisors encourages all citizens to recognize the accomplishments and contributions of government employees at all levels, federal, state, county, and city.
Board members, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move with great enthusiasm the motion, the proclamation.
Do I have an enthusiastic second?
Enthusiastically seconded.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We are
right.
proud of them all.
Motion passes. All right, board members, do I have any requests to postpone agenda items in additions, deletions, changes in order of the presentation? Seeing none, we'll move on. All right, so approval of summary minutes. Do I have a motion to approve amended minutes from 3/3?
Mr. Chair, I move that the board approve the February 25th and March 17th minutes as presented and the March 3rd minutes as amended.
Second?
Got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Yay.
Aye.
All right, the motion passes, so minutes are approved. All right, so now we're on to citizen comment. Dr. Rayleigh, if you'll read the rules.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the board always welcomes and encourages the participation of our community in the matters at hand. Citizen comment period will open shortly, but it's not intended to last more than 1 hour. So if you have someone in the audience who wants to speak today, you're certainly welcome to do so. When Mr. Christie opens up the public comment portion, please come forward and state your name and your address. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. When you start, the light will turn green. It will turn to yellow as your time is waning and will start to blink at 30 seconds to go. And then when it is red, your time is up. We do ask that you direct your comments to the board instead of the audience. If you have someone who wants to give their time to you, certainly that is an option, and we have standards for that with a total of 10 minutes that could be utilized. So, Mr. Christie, happy to open it up.
All right. Citizen comment is now open.
Moore, 2173 Prophet Road, Mannequin Savage, 23103. I'm giving my time to Linda Moore.
Reverend Lisa Sykes, 12482 North Crossing Drive, Savage. I'd like to give my time to Linda Moore.
Reverend Sykes, could you push the button at the bottom of the mic so it goes, thank you.
Linda Moore, 2164 Prophet Road, Mannequin Sabbath. And I'm grateful to the two people who have given me a few more minutes so that I can fully explain what I'm here to say. Good afternoon to all of y'all. Since the workshop that I had on March 26th, there's been a lot of work done by people to give me my wish list. I provided a wish list, and I'm happy to report I've gotten all but one of my wishes, and that's pretty good because I had quite a few wishes. The most significant wishes are the maps that I was able to get from GIS. I am a firm believer that a picture is worth 1,000 words. And when I had those maps at my workshop, people were amazed that they didn't live where they thought they lived. A lot of them didn't know they lived in West Creek, and a lot of them didn't know that they weren't in the village. They were shocked to see how the squiggly lines went. And this wouldn't have been possible without Jonathan Worley meeting my needs for that map. A second map that was done for me was all the M1, zoning in the county. And that map is, I will give you a copy, or I will leave it with Lisa, is significant because all M1s have the right to have a data center by right, okay? Everybody thinks it's only going to be in the TOD. Well, no, it's not. It's going to, we need to recognize that it is by right, and it has been by right since 2014 or something like that. That was a great help to me. Plus, the third one was I just got on Friday, which was the future growth map. This time, I like it a whole lot better. Thank you very much, because it's broken down into sections that people can move along and see the graphs of properties that have not been not active. But there's an awful lot of development that could drop tomorrow, and we need to recognize that. So now I'm going to morph into my third and final piece. I was able to get a copy of the planning and development activities for the county. There was 9 pages. It's in your packet. And there is an awful lot of new pre-applications. However, when I sent it to many of my groups, what's that? My watch is talking to me. Okay, they were not able to access the online what these applications were. I don't know what the glitch is. I don't know if I don't know the secret code, but I tried working through it myself with two others online, and we just couldn't get the actual application. And that, especially since there is 3 applications for 2 for M1 and 1 for M2 in District 4. And you know what that means. That means by right data centers. And so we just need to be honest that I gave it to Lisa, so you have the numbers. I would appreciate it if we could work on that so that people are able to self-serve themselves so that we don't have to call the county every time we are trying to figure out what's going on. There's also a lot of CUPs for family accessory homes, and I will bring that to you I will send it to you for the 6 o'clock meeting tonight. Thank you very much for constantly listening to me. I appreciate it.
Thank you, buddy.
Good afternoon. Kathy Crockett, 5888 Community House Road, Columbia, Virginia. I'm also a member of the Citizen Advisory Council for the transmission line. Some things have come to my attention that are going to be required, some work on the part of the county. We have not passed a comprehensive plan since, I believe, 2015. We are no longer in compliance with the regulations on that. I think that there needs to be a moratorium put in place for all businesses coming in relating to solar farms, data centers, and any other heavy industrial buildings. There have been some things that have come out recently regarding some of the Trump requests that battery storage be put underground below solar farms. And I saw in your packet, it's on page 41, there's almost 1,100 acres. There's been in the process for zoning in District 1 in the western part of our county for solar farms. I cannot believe that there is not a connection between these solar farms and the transmission lines. I think because all of these are related regarding the power that's coming into our county, through our county, across our county, that all of these things need to be put on hold until such time as the comprehensive plan can be put before the public so that you all know and understand what the public wants or doesn't want before you start passing these things. I think it's extremely important moving forward for this, that this be taken care of immediately. And I'm charging Mr. Raley to please start setting up meetings for the public for us to be able to start review of the comprehensive plan. And I need a vote from this board on whether or not they're willing to do this to help preserve the rural county. On the first one that you pull up, it was actually put to the Planning Commission in January of this year. And this is the first that the public has seen it. It's despicable. Nobody out there wants this. We bought in the western end of the county to be away from this garbage. And it's moving forward at a pace we cannot keep up with because you all have not done your job to get the comprehensive plan gone over, reviewed, and strengthened where it needs to be strengthened. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crockett.
Michelle Eman, 3768 Boundary Run Road, Gum Spring, 23065. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your time today. I'm here today to express my strong support for the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. I'm also a group exercise instructor for Parks and Rec, so it has a little bit of a soft spot in my heart. What strikes me most about this plan that it was built the right way, through real community engagement, honest demographic analysis, and a clear-eyed look at what we can actually afford. That's not always how these documents get made, and it shows. The plan reflects something I hear from neighbors constantly. We don't need more for the sake of more. We need what we have to work. We need what we have to work better, and we need to smart, phased investment that keeps pace with where Goochland is headed. The tiered capital improvement approach, stabilize first, then expand, then vision, is exactly the fiscally responsible sequencing a growing county like ours needs. Two things in particular resonate with me as a resident. First, the acknowledgement that our dispersed rural geography demands a decentralized park strategy. A one-size-fits-all approach doesn't serve a county like Goochland. And second, the recognition that nearly half of our population will be 55 or older come 2035. Investing in accessible trails, walkable loops, and low-impact wellness amenities isn't a luxury. It's planning for who we actually are. The top priorities residents identified, trails, natural areas, water access, and outdoor recreation, reflect the Goochland that people moved here for and want to preserve. This plan honors that. I urge the board to adopt this master plan and commit to funding its foundational tier. The community showed up for this process, and I hope the county will do as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, seeing none, I'll go ahead and close the citizen comment period. So now, moving on to reports. Cliff Heller.
Mr. Christie, members of the board, again, thank you for having me this month. We are going to be introducing one new but very important member to our Team Goochland family. Summer, if you could come on up. Team Goochland is pleased to announce our new county employee who started in the month of April, Summer Medina. She started on April 2nd in our planning department as a planner 2. Summer is originally from Powhatan and received both her bachelor's and her master's degrees from James Madison University. Go Dukes. Summer likes to travel and spend time with her family. Welcome to the team, Summer. Thank you.
And now we have the Freedom Flag presentation.
Good afternoon. Chair Christie, members of the board, Dr. Raley, and county officials. My name is John Riley. I reside in Midlothian, 912 Rye Shaft Road. I'm president of the All-Volunteer Freedom Flag Foundation. And a couple esteemed guests are with me here today, Ms. Libby Daniel, Goochland resident and board member, and Mr. Richard N. Melito, the designer and founder of the Freedom Flag. And we're privileged to just be here to give you a quick update. This is a 25-year story. I'm going to try to be brief about this symbol of remembrance for 9/11, designed by Mr. Melito just days after September 11th, 2001. And in this year of patriotic remembrance, the 250th anniversary of the country, we will also be celebrating or commemorating the 25th anniversary of September 11th. This flag before you is the only codified flag of remembrance for 9/11 in the country. It was adopted in 2018 in Virginia. The 4 red stripes represent the 4 attacks: Twin Towers in New York City, the Pentagon here in Virginia, and Flight 93 in Pennsylvania. The white stripes represent our first responder heroes, the fire, the police, and the rescue, who ran towards danger, who sacrificed their lives, and who today are still perishing from 9/11 related illness. The 5 white bars represent the organized protection of our freedoms in the shape of the Pentagon, but the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard, the traditional 5 branches of our military. The White Star was inspired by Richard's older brother who served in Vietnam in the Marine Corps, our military who protect our freedoms 24/7 around the globe. And lastly, the blue. In this day and age of division, so much division in our nation, we have to remember the day 9/12, the day after the attacks, the day we all came together as Americans, united for freedom. He nicknamed it the Freedom Flag. Freedom isn't free. And we all remember where we were, I think. There may be some folks here who don't remember, as the next generation, nearly a quarter of our population, was born after 9/11. But at 8:46, Tower 1 was hit in New York City, a bright blue day, just like the weather was here in Richmond. Minutes later, with most of the world watching, Tower 2 was hit, and we knew we were under attack. I was working not too far from here in the West End when someone ran into my office and said the Pentagon's been hit. And now it's coming to Virginia, Arlington County. And then the plane went down in Shanksville where the heroes took over. And in a matter of minutes, 25 years ago, our history and our nation changed when the Twin Towers collapsed. We promised to never forget. Patriotism surged, unlike any time in my life. I was 27 at that time. And I lost one of my best friends in Tower 1, so that's why I'm part of this mission. But we were all touched, and we promised to never forget. Just days later, Mr. Melito, inspired by his mother who was a teacher and his brother who had served, decided he was going to do something to remember in his restaurant, in Melito's restaurant, to remind his patrons about 9/11. So he designed the Freedom Flag. He put it on the wall of his restaurant. Just a couple months later, this is the Times-Dispatch, December 2001. That flag is still in the restaurant, but this flag went viral, if you will, before social media, before we even knew about things going viral. But word of mouth spread it across Virginia. It started with a sketch on a napkin that he put on his wall ultimately, and now it's been across the entire country. All 50 states in our nation have flown or displayed this symbol in remembrance of 9/11. And it's a commemorative symbol. We always say to the veterans and to those who hold the U.S. flag, number one, yes, the U.S. flag is our de facto freedom flag, if you will, but this is a commemorative flag, not just for the heroes, but also for our next generation. In 2002, this board, the board at the time, recognized Mr. Melito and the Freedom Flag Foundation with a resolution, and I would submit perhaps this year it's due for a refresh after you hear the rest of this story and see just how far this symbol has gone. Several years later, we decided to get into the education realm and partner with local schools, including Goochland County Public Schools, who have been a huge supporter and have a piece of World Trade Center steel they're using in the classroom, and they use the freedom flags every year and raise them on 9/11, which we are grateful for. Mannequin Station 1, with our partnership and our donation of Tower 1 World Trade Center steel, we were able to construct a 9/11 remembrance memorial, beautiful memorial. If you have not seen it, please go take a visit, and we're proud to partner every year with you. That's 14 years ago. Those are actually my kids there. That's me on the left with my then 3-year-old who's now about to graduate high school, part of the next generation. of Americans. There's the memorial today. The flags were proudly flying as I drove by today, so great job. In 2018, with this groundswell of support, partners like Goochland County and the school systems, we were able to introduce legislation into the General Assembly, bipartisan, Senator Sturtevant and now Senator Bagby. And it doesn't happen often anymore, but this legislation was passed unanimously, 97-0, to adopt the freedom flag as the first ever official flag of remembrance for 9/11 here in Virginia. Governor Northam signed legislation later that year, and we took this project, the flag, our World Trade Center steel, and in partnership with Mr. Wayne Dementi, publisher here from Goochland, we wrote a book because we can't travel the country. We have to send the message to the rest of the country in book form, and we created an education program that we now partner with schools and fire departments across the country with. So thank you, Wayne, if you're out there listening. Thank you to the Goochland Rotary, who helped put these books in all of the elementary schools in Goochland. And here's a shot proceeding out from Virginia with a goal of national symbol of remembrance. That was Mr. Melito's vision. We went to Oklahoma, no stranger to terrorism, domestic terrorism, if you recall, the Murrah building. But Oklahoma adopted this flag in 2022. And I took my son out there on the right. He's part of that next generation, my older son, Mr. Melito and I. And Oklahoma became the second state to adopt. Delaware, the third state. And California is in the process with a House resolution. Why California? All 4 hijacked planes were flying to California on 9/11 with over 50 lives lost of Californians. So it's truly a national story. And today we have over 50 million kids in K through 12 who have to learn. That's our mission, so I promise to be brief. Thank you for listening to this update. It's probably one of Goochland County's best kept secrets. We don't want it to be a secret. We want you all to know. And Mr. Melito has asked me to tell you that he would be happy to donate freedom flags to any county building. We want all the county buildings to fly this flag on 9/11 this year for the 25th anniversary. So thank you for your support. We're here for any questions. I think you have a packet as well if you'd like to reach out later. And we're grateful for Goochland County's support. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the great presentation. Board members, do you have any questions, comments? All right, thank you.
All right, thank you all.
All right, board members, believe the rest of your reports are in your packets. Oh, VDOT. Oh, yep, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Dr. Rayleigh, Chair, members of the board. My name is Mark Harlow. I'll be giving the VDOT report today. Hopefully you've had the opportunity to go over the report in your packet. Just wanted to give you a quick overview on what we've been working on this past month. Of course, we've been doing pavement repairs. We've got our hands full with that after the winter we had. Drainage repairs such as ditching, pipe cleaning, and some pipe repairs. We've also been doing shoulder maintenance, tree work. We've had some removal and some debris cleanup, sign repairs and replacements, litter removal, and mowing operations. Our mowing operations started about a week ago. Our first cycle of specialty mow has been complete. Our first round of tractor primary mow will start next week. So you'll be seeing the guys out picking up trash and getting ready for that mow on our primary routes. This past month, we received 98 work orders. We have closed 171. We had 5 after-hour call-outs. And we are supplying 3 message boards that will be put in place this Friday for Goochland Day. So they'll be put up this Friday to advertise through the whole week. So with that, that's all I have. If you have any questions for me.
Board members, any questions?
This is a thank you. You've already received 1 accolade for Hermitage Road in person today. It's nice when my phone rings and people are telling me what a great job it is that Hermitage Road has been resurfaced. So thank you very much for that.
All right. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you, guys.
All right. Now, board members, the rest of the reports are in your packets. Are there any reports from board members?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the RTPO met last week, and there's been some interesting information. Mr. Spoonhauer's not here, but it was shared with us that there is a program, and it's called the 5310 program that is through the Department of Rail and Transportation, and it focuses on microtransit, of all things. So as we have been looking at bringing microtransit to the western part of the county, there may be some opportunities to access revenues or resources that already exist down there. Also, as a heads up, we're going to rotate member or leadership in our organizational meeting in July. Both the town of Ashland and the county of New Kent have opted to skip over, so we have an opportunity as Goochland County to serve as vice chair on the RRTPO. So I would suggest the chair may want to consider who to appoint to the RRTPO so I don't fill that position. But there is reorganization, and we're hurried up as so far as the vice chair position on that. The New Kent folks, I said New Kent, it's actually Charles City, is taking up by Ashland and Charles City. New Kent will serve as chair, and Goochland will serve as vice chair.
Understood. We'll follow up with that, Mr. Lau. All right. So now, moving on to consent agenda. You want to read them off?
Yes, Mr. Christie and members of the audience, just for the benefit of the group, a few highlights related to these 5 different items. The first is a resolution appropriating just over $491,000 from the unassigned fund balance to the budget lines that were impacted by Winter Storm Fern. These were all unbudgeted expenditures that none of us were expecting, and so ultimately seeking your approval to put those funds back into the appropriate budget lines and make them whole. The second is a resolution appropriating $235,000 from the public utilities operating revenues to be used for the purchase of some supplies and materials needed to maintain our pipes as well as other operational needs, and this is a result of some increase in costs associated with the recent spike in fuel costs that we are all experiencing. Next is related to the approval of a resolution for a $200 additional fine sign to address speeding in Broad Run Section 2 subdivision. Need the board's approval before VDOT will move forward. Next is recognition of the service that Achilles has provided to our community. He has faithfully served our community for, I believe it has been 6 years, and so he is now retiring in service and recommending that we sell him to Deputy Sean Whitlock for $1 in recognition of Deputy Whitlock's service as well. And so just thankful for both of them, what they do to provide protection in our community. And the last is a request to set a public hearing for June 2nd to provide donations of approximately 2 acres of county-owned property to VDOT so that we can continue the project associated with the Fairgrounds Road extension.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Raley. Board members, do I have a motion to approve as a group?
Mr. Chair, I move the board approve consent agenda items 1 through 5 as presented.
Second.
All right. I've got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yay.
All right. Motion passes. Congratulations. So then moving on to new business, Dr. Raley.
Yeah, board members, as Denise Sandlin, our Director of Finance, is coming forward to the podium, Mr. Christie, I appreciate your comments earlier today, but certainly this truly has been a team effort, and a team effort that started way back in September, and we've gone through some transition as a team, and we've remained steadfast in our approach to making sure that we're strong stewards of the taxpayer dollars that are entrusted to us. And this is a very strong budget that allows us to accomplish many of our strategic initiatives. And just grateful for the work of the department heads, Ms. Sandlin, the support of this board, impact that we received from our community. I do want to provide a specific shout out to Kathleen Smith, who is our Assistant Director of Finance. And so, board members, you were provided with a nearly 300-page document last week that includes all the detail associated with this budget. And so typically this is something that was delivered after the fact, but you have this now, and certainly want to recognize her and celebrate the work that she's done to prepare us for today. So, Ms. Sandlin?
Good afternoon. Thank you for Board of Supervisors, Dr. Raley, staff, and community. I'm going to present the adopted budget for 27 budget. Dr. Riley just acknowledged those that worked on the budget book, and I thank you. They've done a wonderful job in regards to that. Today, we will look at the budget highlights, all the different highlights this budget includes. That has been a great asset to this budget. Budget amendments that had and began after the initial proposed budget, and the general fund and all fund proposed budget as to where they land at the end of the day. The budget highlights, these highlights will emphasize how this budget benefit both our employees and our community. There's numerous individuals in this budget, as Mr. Christie had alluded. We've had Treasury and Commissioner of Revenue, Assessor's Office, Finance, Dr. Raley. There's been a huge amount of people that have contributed to this budget. So I do appreciate. And again, I want to thank the board, because the board has looked through this budget, asked questions, and as a new director of finance, it helped me to get into this budget more. So I do appreciate all your comments and your willingness to be attentive to this budget. So I thank you for that also. So first thing is, we have not increased any tax rate this year. The real estate taxes have not increased. I went back as far as 2020, and it has not increased. So there's no increase on the real estate tax. Personal property tax and the TSD ad valorem tax did not increase with this budget. However, we did have one increase, and that was for the data centers at 44 cents, which was adopted last budget meeting. In the process of that, with no increases in taxes, we had to find a way to make this budget work, because there was a lot of needs. We went through our budget strategically and found different cost savings that we were able to cut. We have an amount of $3.4 million that was cut in this budget, which is about a 3.1% reduction if you looked at it just from a general fund perspective. These cost savings, or these cuts, will help us bring about more needs that were needed in the budget itself to be funded. In this budget, we have a 3% raise for every staff in our county and our school employment. We also had a 9.1% increase in our health insurance. But the real impact of that is none of our employees are going to have an out-of-pocket expense. To give you a little reality of that, our individual, such as myself, that takes a single, would have been a $3.30 a month increase. Doesn't seem like a lot. But if you look at a family plan, it was $305 a month, which is a tremendous amount of increase in today's economy. So we appreciate the board for doing that. The sheriff's office was able to hire 2 dispatchers and an IT director. This IT director is solely dedicated to the software that the sheriff department has. They have over 30 software applications that they will manage. Another item that was able to be done in this budget was we were able to hire 5 firefighters, EMTs. These firefighters, EMTs, will help staff the new fire station. It's 8. That station should be approximately open about June of 27. This budget also funds $2.6 million in capital improvements. And as you can see, it's pretty much around the county: fire rescue, general services, IT, sheriff, parks and rec, so that we are able to fund those. In our first original budget that Dr. Raley presented, we did not have an increase for Goochland County Public Schools. However, we have been able to do now a $1.5 million additional funding for Goochland County Public Schools, which is about a 4.8% increase over the prior year, and also fund them $1.7 million in capital improvements. That is a total funding of $3.3 million in total for the schools for next year. We did have a couple fees that were increased. We had a local board fee that was introduced this year at $450 based on an appeal code. We also had utility rates at 3% for both residential and commercial, and a 2.5% connection fee. Again, I just want to say that on the 3% residential, we're looking at $3.67 per bi-monthly amount, and $5.61 for the bi-monthly round for the commercial. They are also hiring in utility 2 superintendents. These new hires will save the county $225,000 in contract service costs, and a construction inspector. Part of that capital improvement fund will be the Ridgefield Booster Pumping Station at $16.9 million. So some of the reasons that we are able to do all the things that I just cited on the previous slides, that we have found that there was an initial presentation on the 17th. We found that the sheriff grant revenue had not been factored into this budget, so we have now factored that into it. We also were able and gotten information from the state that the VRS and the group life insurance had decreased by 2.5%, over 2.5%. So that released some funding. And then we just basically went through some more scrubbing of the budget and found where things weren't reconciled properly, and we were able to get to a $2.1 million expenditure reductions or increase. How will those funds be used? In this slide, you will see that we'll use these funds in modernizing our HR system, helping in onboarding, doing automated evaluations, professional development. It will help us internally align some of our employees' salaries based on their credentials, what they've earned as credential, as Dr. Raley cited earlier today. It also will give some money for part-time a fire plan reviewer, increasing the funding of the schools, which I went over in the previous slide, adding 2 firefighters, which was part of the previous slide of the 5, and then promotions going forward for the fire department. So what did this all add up to as the general fund? The general fund went up 4.6%. It will now be at $108.3 million. This is a 0.09% increase over the initial presentation that Dr. Raley had presented. So we've done a lot with a little bit of money, which is very good. In the all funds, which is everything, includes our general fund, our debt service, our, all funds will include our debt service, CVTA, Office of Children's Services, utilities. That will be it was a 15.3% increase. That will be at $170.9 million. And so, but if you look at the utilities has a pump station in their budget of 16.9, and you take off the general fund of 4.4, you're really looking at about an additional $1 million in the all funds. So that brings the end of my presentation. Does the board have any, before you vote on the budget, does anyone have any questions or discussions?
Board members, any questions?
I just want to iterate my appreciation. You spent probably close to 3 quality hours with me going through this line by line and identifying some of these. Why is this going up 2% and over there it's going up 10%? And I appreciate, as somebody who really hit the ground running, you helped turn Sal's ear into a silk purse in many, many ways. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
And I'm more than happy to do it again next year if you find that will be helpful.
Absolutely. I'm here to serve. So, any other
Anyone
questions?
Mr. Chair, I just have a couple comments. I encourage everyone to read the county administrator's letter. While there's an amazing detail and a ton of hard work put into this budget, the county administrator's letter at the beginning of it provides great context and demonstrates how this budget is a result of a thorough and detailed process, and additionally always keeps our strategic goals in the forefront. So he aligns those with this budget incredibly well. Also, I stress that with this budget, we do have areas that we weren't able to fund completely. The key is that we have visibility and accountability now to make up for any shortfalls or concessions that were made to provide a balanced budget as soon as possible. Examples are, I want to thank Chief Eddie Ferguson for his understanding and confidence in this board to do what we can now and still have long-term goals in sight and visible to everyone who's working on those. Additionally, I can't stress enough that our capital improvement budget is part of this annual budget. The next 25 years of CIP are directly embedded in this budget and document, and we're always keeping sight of those needed expenditures coming in our future. And we've got great services we provide in the here and now, but we do have over $500 million in known potential expenditures in the next 25 years, especially well over $100 million in the next 5 years. So things that we have visibility of, we always have to be mindful of, but we can't start there without producing sound, thorough annual budgets. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Winfrey, did you have anything?
I want to thank you all. Not only did you give us a proposed budget book, which was very detailed and very explanatory, and gave us a good understanding, but also for getting the final budget to us prior to our vote tonight, which is first time since I've been associated here. And it's very meaningful to have that information. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to vote on something that you're going to see later. So thank you. I know it took a lot of work. Thank you, Dr. Raley, for sticking to that and for all your help. So
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Denise. All right, board members, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion, and this will be nibbling around the edges, but I would like to move that the board adopt the county's fiscal year 2027 budget resolution as amended with the amendments that were presented or are being presented, that the county's general government category for Monica and Soil and Water Conservation District contribution of $37,000 be amended so that the school's budget in instructional category be increased by $37,000. And that increase would allow the schools to work directly with Monacan and provide agricultural education in schools, and also approve as presented the county's 25-year capital improvement program.
I'll second it with that amendment to give us the opportunity to discuss it and perhaps explain more fully what you're suggesting here or what you're proposing as far as the designation of those funds, I guess, is what it's going to be to agricultural instruction. So maybe a little bit further explanation on that and maybe some discussion.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, so I've got a motion and a second. I will open it up to discussion, and I will start off with it. We are short on time. We have closed session today. It's the 25th hour to pass a budget, and coming out with all of a sudden budget change, this isn't appropriate. This has been worked on since November or October of last year. I think we need to get this budget passed. That's my discussion. Anyone else?
Well, I'll amplify on it, and this amendment comes as a result of an April 28th meeting, which was last Thursday, I believe, where two of the Monacan directors, Supervisor Spooner, myself, Dr. Raley, and Keith Burgess from the Monacan district were able to meet. And this discussion has not just come about as of today, but it's been ongoing. In fact, last year, Mr. Carpenter zeroed out Monacan, and it was through what was called a Scrivener's error that it was included in last year's budget. The Monacan folks have been asked, what do you need the county's money for, given that they are sitting on, in the agricultural report, you'll see approximately, I believe it is $600,000 in their checking account, and close to looking at my own notes here, close to $500,000 in reserves. And their request was that when they go into the schools for what are called meaningful watershed experience presentations, they aren't reimbursed by the schools. This would allow the schools to work directly with Monacan to meet those educational needs. And rather than increasing their reserves, which have gone up $75,000 from the previous year, they would have direct compensation or reimbursement for the service that they're doing for the district. The state has increased their operational funding from $108,000 to $180,000. They're sitting on a bunch of money, and as we would do with any other department, I would want to see the money put where it's needed, not necessarily where it's wanted. And there was, I would say, general concurrence. Dr. Rayleigh may be able to express a thought on it, but that as long as there is support for the Monacan efforts within the schools, they're adequately funded, and they would be okay with that. They even asked if they would want us to do direct billing, where they would bill us directly. I think this allows the schools, because it goes into the educational category, to do what they need. I've spoken with the school board chair, I've spoken with the 5th District school board member, I've spoken with the superintendent of the schools. They're amenable to this kind of reallocation of funds. The funds aren't going away. They're being redirected to where they would directly reimburse the Monacan district for their work within the schools. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Morrow.
With the help of the Madam County Attorney, we've had an opportunity to discuss it. That's what I wanted to give that opportunity. Is it possible for me, excuse me?
Are you moving beyond discussion, or are you?
No, I was just wondering if it'd be possible for me to amend my amendment to go back to the clean budget approval without that amendment. How do we
Yes,
properly
the
do
main
that?
motion on the floor is to approve the budget with an amendment. If any member wishes to amend the motion that has been made, for instance, to say, I move to amend the approval motion to withdraw the $37,000 transfer, that motion would be made and seconded and voted on before there's a vote on the
Okay,
remaining motion.
so if I remember what you just said correctly, I'll move to amend the amendment that I previously made.
Right, you would remove, to approve the budget as it was presented today
yes.
with amendments, but without the $37,000 transfer.
That's correct, yes.
That's what you said.
Thank you.
Is there a second for that motion?
Second.
All right.
Now a vote would proceed, discussion and/or a vote on that motion, Mr. Chairman.
All right, I've got 2 motions and a second. I guess we'll,
It's just, the motion to amend is what's before you right now. That would take the approval
Precedent,
motion back to just the original budget with amendments. That should be discussed and voted on. Do you want to go back to that original? And if
all right,
so, then
okay,
discuss and
so
vote.
we'll open it up for discussion. So just to be clear, if we vote on this motion for approval, that means we go back to the
Yes,
original budget?
that's my intent.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any discussion on that or understanding? Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, and I'll try to consolidate this as much as possible. Just because it was brought up, I do want to make sure that the citizens understand the importance of Monacan Soil and Water District. Monacan Soil and Water Conservation District has been very conservative historically and has used local government investment pools to maintain good reserve funding as the Virginia Department of Conservation and Recreation directs it. Over the last decade, Monacan Soil and Water Conservation District has never made a request of the county of over $46,000 while serving our farmers by contributing over $2 million to designated projects benefiting over 3,100 acres, creating 888 buffer acres, and protecting over 280,000 feet, that's 54 miles, of stream bank. I'll also stress, Monacan Soil and Water Conservation District does not make the rules. The rules are made by the Department of Conservation and Recreation in that monies in the local government investment pools can only be used for stated categories and can't be commingled. So I just want to make sure that I stress that the Monacan Soil and Water Conservation District does exceptional work and deserves the board's support because it is of direct benefit to the farmers. and has just extraordinary results in its history. Through the long process of putting together this budget, we addressed the needs of Goochland schools. We have the opportunity to support our schools' ag education needs in a better way, I believe, by supporting the upcoming CIP needs to fund our CTE expansion. We have a give and take in so much that we do, and I think that let's show our support for Monacan at the same time as stress that I feel like we've come to a great budget to make our transfer to the schools for this upcoming year.
Thank you, Mr. Waters. All right, so.
Mr. Chairman, I just will add to that.
Let's
Having
keep
spent
moving
12
along.
years on the Monacan district, I'm well aware of what it does, and I'm well aware of the rules so far as commingling. The motion I made, which I understand will not pass, but it is not out of ignorance or unappreciation for what Monacan does that I made this motion. I'm well aware. I worked on that budget for 12 years. I know exactly how its finances work, and I'm simply doing what I would do with every other department, and that is make sure that taxpayer money is put where it can best be used. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Lau. All right, so, yep, let's roll call vote.
Start with Mr. Winfrey,
Yes.
Mr. Waters,
Yes.
Mr. Lyle,
Yes?
and Mr. Christie.
Yes.
And now, gentlemen, you would vote on the last motion before you, which is actually to approve the budget. That was a vote on the amendment. Now it is to approve the budget with the amendments as presented and the 25-year CIP. That's the motion on the table for a vote.
All right, board members, I move the board adopt as presented the county's fiscal year 2027 budget resolution and approve as presented the county's 25-year capital improvement programs.
Second.
Second. All right, motion and a second. Quick discussion. All right, seeing none, roll call vote. Dr. Rayleigh?
Mr. Winfrey,
Yes.
Mr. Waters,
Yes.
Mr. Lyle,
Yay?
Mr. Christie.
Yes. All right, budget passes. So,
So the next item on the agenda, board members, is something that was shared with you at your April 7th meeting, I believe it was, and this is your support and your affirmation of personal property tax relief at the rate of 32%. This is included in your packet on page 107. Happy to answer any questions that you may have. This is not increasing, nor is it decreasing. The current rate is 32%. This would be keeping it at the same.
board members, any quick questions? All right, seeing none. Board, I move that Goochland County Board of Supervisors approve as presented the resolution regarding the percentage of personal property tax relief for qualifying vehicles within the county during tax year 2026. Dr. Rayleigh, or do I have a second?
Second.
All right, motion and a second. Dr. Rayleigh, roll call vote.
Mr. Lyle,
Yay?
Mr. Waters,
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey,
Yes.
Mr. Christie.
Yes. All right.
We'll ask Mr. Tom Cock to come to the podium. As you know, board members, Mr. Cock and his team have been really working hard with our community, and this is a true example of community engagement and how we can work with stakeholders to develop the future planning for our community. This is a 10-year plan, and so really proud of the work of the team, and Mr. Cock is going to hit some of the highlights, ultimately asking for your consideration and potential approval here this afternoon.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, board members, representatives from the community. My name is Tom Cock. I'm the Director of Parks and Recreation for the county, and I'm here to, we've already rounded third base, so I guess we're headed home. I've said rounding third base quite a few times in the past month or two, but I'm here to hit the highlights of both the executive summary and the full document that we have provided to you all. That information is basically about updating our Parks and Recreation Master Plan. So what I'm going to cover here this evening with you is a little bit of background on the master plans we've had previously, talk a little bit about the planning process and some of the community engagement that we've done throughout this project, touch on our facilities assessment. That was a step that we completed, as well as our statistically valid survey. Hit some of the high-level key findings that we heard from the community, discuss our level of service, and kind of more excitingly show off 4 conceptual plans that we've put together for 3 existing facilities, 1 for a new park in our county, and then touch briefly on the capital improvement overview and plan that we will have from this project, and ultimately recommend for you all, or ask for a recommendation from you all to accept the plan. The documents that we produced for this project were actually quite large, so we have linked those in the agenda for tonight's board meeting to our website, and on the left-hand side of the page, there is a master plan link that at the top right-hand corner of that page shows you a link to all those documents, as well as a recap of basically everything that we've done throughout this project, whether it was meetings or community engagement, town halls and such. So previously, we have had a master plan before. You can see there through that date range from 2010 till now. We've had plans, we've had those been amended a few times as new things came about or new work was done. But our recommendation now is for that plan to be a 10-year planning horizon instead of a 5-year, which is kind of what we've been using previously. And what is a master plan for those folks who may not know, but it is just a planning document. It's a strategic outlook over the next 5 to 10 years, in our case 10 now, to align what the community priorities are with data, benchmarking, some research, to make sure that all the decisions we're making for Parks and Recreation are aligned with those community values, being fiscally responsible and keeping our direction strong. So the primary goal, just to summarize for that document, is for us to use it as a tool to make things like budgetary decisions, capital improvement project plan adjustments, et cetera. So during this project, as I mentioned, there was a lot of community engagement. We did a lot of listening. We did that through public meetings, stakeholder groups, focus groups, stakeholder meetings. We also did some integration with either local knowledge here in the county or at the state and national level, which was more so about benchmarking and looking at some demographic trends, changes, national trends when it comes to what's popular, things of that nature. But the point of this, and really that portion of the project, is we want to make sure that what we have recommended is grounded in those community values and things that we have heard from our residents. In the project, we did complete a facility assessment, which we contracted with Kimley and Horn to do. We walked through all of our spaces, indoor and outdoor, looked at all of our assets, all of our amenities, and we wanted to know how we're doing. And there really wasn't any surprises in this. Things that were built longer ago are degrading more than the things that are built recently. But all in all, it gave us a really good picture for us to understand what is the life cycle of certain things, what's a higher priority than others. And then obviously we graded our sites and facilities on a percentage basis. So as part of that community engagement and listening, we did a statistically valid survey, which I was really happy that we were able to conduct this as part of this project. We needed 300 residents to respond. We had over that, 329, which gave us a 95% level of confidence with a margin of plus or minus 5.3%. So not only from stakeholder meetings, statistically valid survey, focus groups, et cetera, when you put all that together, these were some of the key findings that I've pulled out of the full document and the executive summary to share with you. So on the left side of your screen, you have programs. On the right side, you have facilities/amenities. And in the programs category, you see things like the farmers market, outdoor adventure, education, special events, art and culture, nature programs. And then on the facilities section, you have things like trails, health and fitness spaces, or outdoor and indoor spaces, more and increased access to the James River, develop new parks or developed park land, and then outdoor courts, surprise, surprise, pickleball made into the top high priority list. For those mediums, you see things that are mostly supports in the sense of programs being instructional classes or Group X classes that would support those health and fitness initiatives. And then under our facilities, those are the things you'd see that would activate a park or a facility, meaning picnic shelters, dog parks, disc golf courses, all those kind of things. This is just a quick look because I wanted to make sure I shared with the community and you all that we did break out those responses by district. So we really wanted to know if District 1 on the west side of the county was saying something different than District 4 or District 5. And somewhat to my surprise even, we had a lot of consistency for those top either program prioritization lists, or on this slide you see the top facility prioritization lists. So it was really good to know that our community was speaking kind of equally across our districts in terms of what they thought were important. So this is a decision point that is in the document. It is the level of service in our standard. So currently, we have a 12.46 acres per 1,000 residents standard, a level of service. The national average is about 10.25, which is great because that means we're doing really well when it comes to that. We, as in the folks that have worked on this project, are recommending that we maintain our current level of service. So when we look at potential population projection growth from now until 2030 or 2035 in our county, in order for us to maintain what is our current level of service, we would need to add a few things over the next couple of years. So whether that's develop new parkland or multi-purpose field or outdoor courts, those can be added to existing parks and facilities, or obviously for acreage, we would need to, obviously expand our system, but those are our recommendations. So not to increase our level of service or decrease it, but to maintain it. And if we kept everything we have now, we would not meet those needs by 2030. So I'm going to show you the 4 conceptual plans and just hit some highlighted points. The foam boards are obviously outside and we have the information on the website, but I do want to start by saying that these are just conceptual plans. And it's important for the community to understand that, meaning we took everything we learned, everything we collected, and we did our best effort, almost as a first pass of applying that to not only existing facilities, but I'll show you a new facility that we are proposing be built in the county. So if we were to move forward with any of these conceptuals, really the next step would be an RFP for architect and engineering to really dial in a site-specific plan, what would be the construction, material, all that good stuff. So this is Matthews Park, which is our most westernly located park in the county. Currently, we only have the parking lot, a small playground, and a pavilion, as well as a small and large walking trail. But in terms of improvements, we are recommending we expand the parking lot and come upgrade to help with ADA accessibility at this park, as well as adding a hard surface loop, expanding the play area, the picnic grove, and additional pavilion. We've also recommended adding a half-acre dog park because we don't have one in Matthews Park or Leaks Mill Park to serve the west side of the county, as well as a walking archery range, which is what you see here, where those targets would be anywhere from 25 to 45 yards. It is a passive amenity, meaning you can just show up and use it, but it could also be used for tournaments and to really activate that space. We've also put together these neat little storyboards that show you things like what is natural play, what type of play equipment does that look like, or what would those 3D targets look like at the archery range, or ADA accessible trails. But these are stock photos, so we did the best we could with trying to relay what we were thinking in those images. So at Tucker's Park and Maidens Crossing, the recommendations we have for this park, which we actually just had our first concert of the year down here, I'm going to start on the small side of the park. So we do recommend moving the archery range that's there now to Leaks Mill, expanding the parking lot, adding some new pavilions on this side with a restroom and a small playground, solidifying the green lawn at the front with an improved kayak canoe launch and an ADA compliant fishing pier, as well as an additional large and small dog park on that side of the river. When you look at the larger side of the park, you would see kind of in this rear section is restoring that area to its natural kind of habitat. That's mostly for flood resiliency. This park has flooded quite a number of times even since I've been employed with the county. But keeping these green lawns where we use special events, we use them for special events like concerts, weddings, reunions, all kinds of fun stuff happens down here. And then building a pretty sizable but solidified playground area here with a pavilion and an actual restroom. Right now we only have porta potties at Tucker Park. And kind of the flagship that really helps drive this park into the regional attraction territory is this is the old on-ramp to the bridge that crossed over into Powhatan, and building a tree canopy height deck area right there so you can see in both directions over into Powhatan. Not only from a rentable perspective could we utilize that, but it would provide a really nice place for folks to go in the county and sit and have a nice view of the river and enjoy a meal or a day out of the park. So this would be the quality of a kayak canoe launch we would be looking for, as well as I really like this one, which would be an ADA compliant fishing pier. A lot of people fish there, but they just kind of make their way down to the river. And then when we build things in an area like this, which is in a floodplain, if you look at these concrete pillars and hard surfaces, that would help us with flood resiliency, meaning that that water can rise and fall and we wouldn't have damage to any of our amenities or equipment out there. So those are things we would take into account if we move forward with any of these. So at the old elementary school area, this is the area we're in now. The farmer's market, I'll just shout out the farmer's market right now. The farmer's market's right over here today. So as soon as we get done with this, while they're in closed door session, you can come buy some things at the farmer's market. But we are recommending that we actually move away from that lot and over to this side of the road. And that's primarily from not only has the farmer's market grown, but it does help us maintain everything when it's on one side of the road. But again, these are just conceptual. So we thought about this and wanted to solidify the parking area here, as well as continue to use this as a baseball field with a bathhouse and some support amenities. When you look down here, this would be a large-scale farmers market pavilion that I do think we need somewhere in one of our parks to support the farmers market operation. This is an additional and a new concession stand building that is on level with all the fun things that happen down here. And when I say that, I mean on this field. So this home to Ag Fair, Fall Festival, Goochland Day in 2 weeks, etc. So we do recommend keeping this field a sports field. It does function currently even today as our fairgrounds in the county where we hold our large special events. However, we are recommending that this would be an artificial field, and that's because of its usage. So 800 to 900 hours of use in a year is where you start to really think about moving from a grass to a synthetic field, and we're already pushing well over 1,000 hours on this field and will be more as we start to utilize it here in the coming more months. This area here is where we relocated a skate park, a playground, a parking lot, outdoor surface courts, and a pavilion. There isn't anything here because the Fairgrounds Road extension isn't complete, but one of the really cool things that I think if we move forward with this plan that we will get to do is to really balance economic development and parks and recreation in this area or in this space. I think parks and recreation can be used as a tool to really activate those economic development opportunities, especially when you think of things like these pictures, right? The concerts that we have, maybe it's a farmer's market pavilion, some really nice areas where folks can, gather to have expos or little shops and walk and talks. But all of this here, I think, could be something that we could really integrate with those economic development opportunities. So last but certainly not least is a proposal for a new park on the east side of the county. We, as you can imagine, heard from our east side residents who wanted to see amenities and facilities being brought to where they live. I'm going to zoom in on the next two slides, but just to touch on this briefly, this is Hockett Road that goes north and south on this image. There's a front portion of the property and kind of this rear portion, but I wanted to at least point out that we did make sure to kind of include a buffer from our residential neighbors, as well as trailhead connectors to neighborhoods where that would provide some walkability. So at the front of the property, this is a recommendation from us in the document to pursue a public-private partnership with an outside entity to use this area in more of a sports tourism mindset. So building an indoor facility about the size of 10 to 12 basketball courts that would be used for things like volleyball and basketball and futsal and all these different sports tourism sports, but also it'd be a space that the county could utilize it through an agreement, whether that would be in emergency operations for a shelter, maybe it could be community meetings on the east side of the county, or all-night graduation, or et cetera, that the county would be able to use that space through an agreement. As we move towards the rear of the property, this would be pretty much more of your traditional park. What we put in here and recommend is what we heard from the community. So this brown dotted line is obviously what looks like a trail network, but we would hope that it would also have mountain bike trails out here. We can easily see that. Outdoor courts like pickleball and basketball courts, shade structures, large lawns for things like concerts or farmers markets with rentable pavilions, a restroom facility, as well as a cluster of different amenities, whether that's an ADA compliant playground or different types of play structures. The dog park that you see down here in this tree canopy area, that is actually something that looks kind of like this. So when you think tree canopy area, think tree canopy height walkways, high and low ropes courses, things that are pretty minimal in terms of the impact to the area, but really kind of focusing on that nature outdoor adventure. And then we've got examples of things like outdoor fitness areas, imaginative play, meaning something really cool like this where it really stirs up an imagination. And those are just some examples of those types of amenities. So because of all this great work, we did come up with some estimates, and we broke those into three buckets: sustainable, expanded services, and visionary projects. The Goochland Sport Complex, Hidden Rock Park, and system-wide and multiple parks improvements and life cycle replacements. The expanded service projects are more so geared towards Central High, where there is room for expansion, in Leaks Mill Park. And then those visionary projects all of them are directly tied to the conceptual plans that you saw, bringing the total just under $28 million for every single thing across all of our spaces, all of our recreation spaces. So to wrap up, what did we learn? We learned that the community would like us to develop new facilities and amenities in the eastern side of the county. They would like us to have a district responsive approach, so not uniform. They are totally fine with us having different things at Leaks Mill versus Central High School or wherever. They want us to focus on everyday use amenities, which are the things that make you want to go and use the park itself, paved trails, pickleball courts, et cetera. They do view us as preventative infrastructure, whether that's for them to help with their health, safety in the community, or economic vitality. And then if we design anything or renovate anything, we want to make sure that it is multi-use, and we're not building just for young kids, we're building for both older adults and children across generations. So the Recreation Advisory Commission and staff do recommend that the Board of Supervisors consider this for, or adopt this as our official guiding document for the next 10 years. It's also important, I know I mentioned this earlier, but I'll say it again, is that this does not commit the board or the county to any funding or any projects. It's just the strategic outlook of where we want to be and who we want to be. And this plan would be used to determine if those decisions meet where we want to go if they come up, whether, again, they be capital or operational. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Board members, any questions?
Just one, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Well, maybe. Let's start with one. Prioritization. I saw that the East End Park was visionary. I want to go on record that I will be very reticent to support expansion or amplification on existing resources if the East End resources are backburnered. I would like to see them front-burnered if at all possible, and I have every confidence that you know how to make that happen. So
Yes, sir.
I really do want to emphasize that we need to keep things in good maintenance, but I will be extremely disappointed if we are expanding other areas
Right.
at the expense or at the detriment of the East End.
Right. Great.
Anyone else? All right. Seeing none.
Mr. Chair,
Go
can we
ahead.
make a motion?
Yeah, absolutely.
I move that the board adopt the updated 2026 Parks and Recreation Master Plan.
Second. All right. Got motion and I made the second. All in favor, say aye.
Discussion.
Discussion? Anyone?
I would just, Mr. Chair, I would stress with this, and thank you, Mr. Cock, for a great presentation. I really appreciate the visionary piece to this and how it's been budgeted out. As I see it, this is a $28 million endeavor. This is a long-term capital improvement project benefiting the health and well-being of our citizens a great deal. I'm glad it was mentioned, preventative infrastructure. This is critically important, not just for recreation, but for the lives and health of all our citizens. And giving them opportunities in a thoughtful way like this can touch every part of Goochland. So kudos for that. Secondly, this plan has amazing potential to unlock opportunities in multiple areas. It's not just Parks and Rec based. It has the opportunity to unlock a vision for the courthouse area. It has the opportunity to bring individuals to Goochland for sports competition. But it also, one thing that I think is important, it's not just a keeping up with the Joneses effort. It's very thoughtful to Goochland and what we can provide that's different from other counties in the area. A park concept like that off of Hockett Road really amplifies our offerings in the way of nature trails, in the way of outdoor activities, and doesn't just throw up acres and acres of concrete. And so, I think that is a very thoughtful approach for this county in terms of finding ways that we can be differentiated in a very competitive landscape regionally and across the Commonwealth. So, I go back to my first point is this really is a almost $30 million vision that I hope as a board we can support wholeheartedly throughout the process.
Thank you, Mr. Waters. Okay. All right, so Got a motion, second, and we've had discussion. Board members, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Hearing, all right, so it passes. Thank you, Mr. Cock.
And board members, last item before you transition on your agenda is recommendations in your packet on page 131 for appointments for the Design Review Committee, the Goochland Powhatan Community Services Board, and the SPAN Center. Seeking your approval of those nominations today.
I move the board approve the May 2026 appointments as presented.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right. All members in favor, say aye.
Yay.
Aye. All right, motion passes. All right, so now we go into our closed session. All right, board members, I move that we enter into a closed meeting for the purpose of discussion performing the duties of the county administrator and county attorney as permitted by Virginia Code 2.2-3711A1, certification at the conclusion of the meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, motion and a second. Is this a voice vote?
Roll call.
Roll call. All right.
Mr. Lau?
Yay.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Mr. Waters?
Yes.
Mr. Christie?
Yes. All right, going into closed session.
yours, you can take it with you.
All right. Do I gavel in first?
Yeah, why don't you get one?
All right.
You ready? Pursuant to Code 2.2-3712D, I move that the board members hereby certify that, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempt from open meeting requirements under the Freedom of Information Act, and only the public business matters identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed meeting.
Second.
Mr. Lau?
Yay.
Mr. Waters?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Mr. Christie?
Yes. All right. We will recess for about approximately 15 minutes and reconvene at our 6 p.m. meeting. All right, so we will open with citizen comment. Dr. Rayleigh, if you're ready.
Yeah, for those individuals in the audience today who are interested in providing citizen comment, this is the time to do that. This period is not intended to last more than 1 hour. And if you have something that you want to share with the board that is not related to the 3 cases that we have tonight, this would be the time to do that. If you have something that you want to share regarding those 3 cases, please wait until we have the actual public hearing on those cases. But you're welcome to come forward when the time comes, and you can state your name and your address. The timer in front of you will turn green, telling you that you have 3 minutes. It will start to change to yellow at 1 minute left to go. It will blink, and then it will turn to red, letting you know that your time is up. If someone wants to cede their time to you, you can extend your time beyond 3 minutes up to a total of 10 minutes, depending on the number of people who want to give their time to you. We do ask that if you're providing comments, to direct them to the board up here rather than to the audience. We'll go ahead and move forward with public comment.
Citizen comment is now open. No, continue.
Hi, my name's Annette Jones, and I live at 4841 Ash Grove Lane, Goochland, Virginia, and I cede my time to Kathy Crockett.
I spoke at the 3 o'clock meeting, but since that time, I've now come into possession of a map. And I believe that this map was showed to several members, and they didn't want to look at it. So what it is it shows on this map that there are Fool's Gold mining operations here with a possible electrical, oh shoot, my brain just went blank, an electrical, like a substation here. Then you go down Shannon Hill Road, and here's more Fool's Gold, and further down there's more Fool's Gold. Then there's solar farms that are either leased by Dominion Power, being leased by Dominion Power, or other companies. This is the CUP is going to be scheduled on these issues. We have lease contract with CEP Solar. They're currently mining this area here, and then down here there's more solar possibilities. Fraser Boyd is in contract with option to buy through Dominion for these properties. If you see on this map, it clearly shows the transmission line weaving through every single one of these properties, coming down here, and every single one of them is connected. I don't see how anybody in this board in planning or anybody missed this. This is all planned. This has been planned for years. They're shoving this down our throats, and there's going to be solar farms, one after the other, after the other, after the other. 1,100 acres is being looked at for this. We are not the solar capital of Virginia. We're not the solar capital of the world. We did a comprehensive plan back in 2015, and this is supposed to be rural enhancement area. I don't know how this got by everybody. Nobody bothered to put it on a comprehensive map. There are mines, and now that the state of Virginia has passed to allow for storage of energy underneath the ground under solar facilities, you all have no idea what's coming down the pike. I find it reprehensible that not only the members of this board, Planning Commission, Board of Supervisors, any of the staff has not bothered to look. And I don't know if people are turning their eyes away or whether it's just a matter of they're just not looking and they didn't see the cumulative effect. I also am trying to find out the route that the water line is taking from the Louisa intersection at 64 at Shannon Hill to the James River. Now, you think there's not going to be some solar people wanting to move in with water and electricity and a high-power transmission line available? Y'all are naive if that's what you think. I just cannot get over. I cannot get over. And then not doing the comprehensive plan updates. Those have not been done. You all have not even scheduled a public hearing to start those. There needs to be a moratorium in this county right now before all of this stuff hits us at one time and the residents that moved out there so they would be away from all this are getting it dumped right in our laps. I have been sick with tracheostomy issues for the past 35 years. I moved so that I wouldn't have to live near any of this pollution. Also, is there anything in the comprehensive plan or the code that says once these leases are up on these solar farms and the mirrors are no good anymore, they're not going to just leave them? That's happening all over the country. There needs to be protections, and there needs to be protections for the citizens. And you all need to look at this as a whole picture, not dividing us into different groups to look at different things. This is all one thing. Transmission lines, solar farms, data centers, water. There's been no studies on cumulative effect of how much water they're going to be pulling out of the James River, any pollution of the James River, none of that. So at this time, again, I will request a moratorium on any and all zoning, any and all passage of people using this, changing of zoning, to be able to put this stuff in until you all get with your citizens and find out exactly what they want. But this is rural enhancement
Thank you, Ms.
area.
Crockett. Your time has expired.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, anyone else? All right, seeing none, I will close citizen comment period. All right, and public hearings presenting is Jamie Sherry.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Dr. Raley. As the chairman said, I'm Jamie Sherry, Director of Planning and Zoning. Our first public hearing this evening is for a conditional use permit application submitted by Stephen and Karen Dash. The request is for a detached accessory family housing unit located on Mannequin Road. The property is in District 5. The vicinity map on the left shows the general location of the property within the red circle. For reference, the property is located on Mannequin Road, roughly halfway between Broad Street Road and River Road West. The aerial photo on the right shows the subject property outlined in red. The photo shows vacant land abutting the north and eastern sides of the property. This is open space that is owned by the Broad Run Subdivision HOA. So I will refer to that later in the presentation. The zoning map on the left shows the subject property and adjacent parcels zoned agricultural limited. The comprehensive plan map on the right shows the property and surrounding properties designated as rural enhancement area. On the screen is Exhibit A, the conceptual plan. It shows the general layout of the proposal. The existing dwelling is identified near the northern portion of the property within the red circle, right here. The proposed new dwelling is shown approximately 175 feet south of the existing dwelling within the green circle. The property is currently accessed through a driveway that crosses the Broad Run subdivision open space. And you can sort of see it in the background of the yellow. Currently, this is the existing house, and they access Mannequin Road by going through the open space. The yellow lines show the proposed relocation of the driveway connecting directly to Mannequin Road. The driveway relocation will ensure the driveway is fully located on the subject property rather than crossing through the adjacent open space. A community meeting was held on January 12th of this year. 9 citizens attended, along with Board of Supervisor member Lyle and Planning Commissioner Dean. Questions centered on whether the application would allow a subdivision to create a second lot, and if a third dwelling would be allowed in the future. After staff clarification that nothing would be permitted with this application that was referenced, those in attendance were supportive. At the March 19th, 2026 meeting, the Planning Commission held a public hearing on this application and recommended approval with a 5-0 vote. Nobody spoke at the public hearing. The following conditions come with the recommendation of approval by the Planning Commission. The first 3 conditions pertain to the use of the detached accessory family housing unit. Number 1, allows the use and states that the existing dwelling may serve as the accessory family dwelling housing unit. Conditions 2 and 3 limit occupancy to family members and state that the units cannot be rented separately. Condition 4 requires smoke and carbon monoxide detectors be installed and maintained. Condition 5 requires the driveway be relocated as shown on the conceptual plan prior to occupancy of the new unit. Number 6 requires that emergency vehicle access be provided and maintained. Number 7 establishes a 10-year expiration date. This permit will expire the last day of May 2036. And lastly, number 8 is our standard transfer or lease condition requiring future owners or leasees be notified about the permit and its conditions. That completes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer the board's questions, and the applicant is also here. Mr. and Mrs. Dash are prepared to answer questions as well.
Board members, do you guys have any questions? All right, would the applicant like to speak? There's no pressure. All right.
For the record, they said no.
All right, thank you, Ms. Sherry.
Of course.
All right, so we'll go ahead and open up public hearing. Anybody who wishes to speak for or against this case, you're welcome to step forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. All right, board members, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion. I move that the board grant conditional use permit CU 2026-00003, application by Stephen W. and Karen S. Dash, subject to the imposed conditions as presented.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, I've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, seeing none. Dr. Rayleigh, you want to roll call vote?
Sure. Mr. Waters?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Mr. Lyle?
Yay.
Mr. Christie?
Yes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, our next public hearing is for a conditional use permit application by Jose Carmen Carrera Ariano and Ana Elizabeth Ramirez Ariano. This request is for a detached accessory family housing unit also located on Mannequin Road. This property is located in District 4. The vicinity map on the left shows the general location of the subject property within the red circle. The property is also on Mannequin Road. It's a little over a mile north of its intersection of Broad Street Road and Mannequin Road. The aerial photo on the right shows the subject property outlined in red. This uniquely shaped parcel was created through a 3-lot minor subdivision. So there's the first lot is on the front that crosses over. There's a second lot and then a third lot here. The parcel's shape was designed to accommodate the setbacks for the existing house that is there now, to make sure that it met the setbacks and also the size requirements for the new parcels. And as you can see on the photo, there is a single access road that connects to Mannequin Road that connects all three of the properties. This is Mannequin Road. This is the access drive connecting to number 1, 2, and 3 parcels. The zoning map on the left shows the subject property and adjacent properties zoned agricultural limited. The comprehensive plan on the right shows the property and surrounding properties designated as rural enhancement area. On the screen is the original subdivision plat that has been marked up to show the existing conditions of the property. The property has an existing single-family dwelling that is located on the front portion of the property closer to Mannequin Road. That is generally in the location of where the green square is. And the detached garage in the rear of the property is generally the location where the garage is in the red square. As I mentioned, all three parcels do share a private drive, and the access drive, as it is shown on the plat, is blue and is not currently constructed to today's standards. One of the recommended conditions requires the access drive be improved to current standards prior to the issuance of a building permit for the new proposed dwelling. A community meeting was held on June 16th of last year. 8 citizens were in attendance. Discussions centered around the location of the new dwelling, of the proposed dwelling, the proximity to the proposed drain field to the neighbor and to the neighbor's well, the visibility of the proposed dwelling by the adjacent neighbor, setbacks, land disturbance, size and height of the proposed dwelling, and well types. 2 citizens expressed concern with the application and 1 expressed support. During the January 15th, 2026 Planning Commission public hearing, the adjacent neighbor spoke in opposition to this application, noting concerns with the proposed location of the new dwelling and the possible relocation of the access drive. The Planning Commission deferred the hearing to the March Planning Commission meeting to allow additional time to address these concerns. At the March 19, 2026 Planning Commission meeting, they considered 3 potential locations for the proposed dwelling. The first option, option A, which is on the screen, was presented to the Planning Commission by staff. It shows a red line bisecting the rear portion of the property, creating a building line, implying that any building would go behind that, that crossing red line. This exhibit resulted from some discussions with both the Planning Commission and the applicant. After these discussions, the applicant then presented staff with 2 additional options that placed the new house farther back on the property than was presented at the January public hearing, but not as restrictive as what's on the screen right now, Exhibit A. The 2 separate conceptual plans were presented by the applicant. On the screen is Exhibit B. The plan shows a 1-story dwelling that sits closer to the neighbor's house than Exhibit A, and considerably more than staff suggestions. However, the proposed location is on a hill, sitting at a higher elevation. So despite the fact that it is only a 1-story home, there is potential there for it to be more visible to the neighboring property because of its elevation. The next conceptual plan presented and recommended by the Planning Commission for approval is Exhibit C, and that's on the screen. This proposed location is farther back than the previous one I just showed, but because there are site constraints because of topography, the applicant is proposing a 2-story, meaning that the building envelope is actually smaller, and so they are proposing to go up in height. However, this portion of the property is actually at a lower elevation and potentially does make it less visible to the surrounding neighbor. So after the public hearing on March 19, after they considered each of these options, the commission recommended, as amended, approval of this application with a 4-0 vote, with Mr. Dean voluntarily recusing himself. The amendments include the recommendation of Exhibit C as the conceptual plan, and to require a 6-foot fence and retain existing vegetation to add to that visual view blocking the neighbor. The neighbor who spoke against the application in January spoke in favor of the application at the March meeting. The following conditions come with recommendations for approval from the Planning Commission. The first 3 conditions pertain to the use of the detached accessory family housing unit. The conditions state that only family members can live in the detached accessory housing unit and that the dwellings may not be rented separately. The 4th condition requires emergency access be provided and maintained. There it is. Provided and maintained. Number 5 requires that the existing road be improved prior to a certificate of occupancy for the property. Number 6 is the screening that I had mentioned, requiring the new unit to be screened from the adjacent dwelling by preserving existing vegetation and installing a wooden privacy fence at a minimum of 6 feet in height, and that the fence be installed prior to the issuance of the certificate of occupancy as well. Condition 7 is an amendment to the conceptual plan requiring the location of the accessory family housing unit to generally conform with Exhibit C. Condition 8 establishes an expiration date of the last day of May 2036. Again, another 10-year renewal. And number 8 and 9, excuse me. Number 9 is our transfer release, the one that requires the applicant to notify any new owner of the property or anybody they lease to that there is a conditional use permit and associated conditions. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer your questions. And again, the applicants are in attendance.
Board members, any questions for Jamie Sherry? All right. Would the applicant like to come up and speak?
Yep, usually they come up and give their name at least, so we have it on the record.
Or can you come up and give your name and speak if you'd like?
Good evening. So my name is Yohali Gonzalez, and this is my husband, Daniel Correa, and we've been representing my in-laws for the past couple of meetings. Thank you guys so much for your consideration, and if you guys have any questions, we're open to answering them.
Could you state your address? Is that what you needed, Tara?
Yeah, we're 2202 Mannequin Road.
All right. Board members, do you guys? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now open public hearing. Anybody wish to speak for or against this case? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Board members, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move that the board grant conditional use permit CU-2025-11, application by Jose Carmen Correa Arellano and Ana Isabel Ramirez Arellano, subject to the imposed conditions as presented.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, seeing none. Dr. Rayleigh?
Mr. Lyle?
Yay.
Mr. Waters?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Mr. Christie?
Yes. Congratulations.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is Ray Cash. I'm the Assistant Director of Planning and Zoning, making a new appearance. It's been a while since I've been before you. So this case that's before you tonight is actually a request to amend two conditions of a previous rezoning, specifically 1990-00009. Location is 1164 Tri-County Drive. The property is industrial M2 with proffers. On the left side of the screen, in the red circle, just as the vicinity map shows general location of the property, and that's located between I-64 and Broad Street Road within the Old Dominion Industrial Park. On the right side of the screen, you see the area of the property outlined in red. This is the property prior to the recent development that occurred, that has been occurring on the property. On the left side of the screen, demonstrates the zoning map. The subject property is industrial general, as are the immediately adjacent properties. As you'll see on the opposite side of the street, there is an M1 industrial limited property. We'll talk about a little bit. This park has different types of zoning. On the right side of the screen, it's a comprehensive plan demonstrate that this and the surrounding properties are designated for industrial development. So a little bit of background. This property, as I mentioned, is located within the Old Dominion Industrial Park. It was rezoned with proffers to originally M1 Industrial Limited with the approval of the 1987 case. This subject property and 10 other lots within the park were later rezoned with proffers to Industrial General M2 with the 1990 case. Each of those cases carried forward a proffer that stated a screening of outside storage was the condition for each previous, as I mentioned, was a outside storage screening was the condition of each previous rezoning case. The screening really consists of evergreens or fencing that cannot be visually penetrated. Prior to the purchase, the applicant requested and was supplied with the zoning compliance letter that confirmed the screening requirements, and the applicant purchased the property in May of '24. A plan of development was approved for contractors and equipment storage yard to include an office building on the subject property in June of the same year, 25. The plan of development we'll walk through. It demonstrates that the required screening could be achieved through a combination of vegetation and fencing, which would comply with the proffer. So the request specifically, as mentioned, is to remove two proffer conditions from the previous case of 1990-0009, and that removal would be for the subject property only. The proffers would remain in place for other properties subject to that zoning case. Proffer 3 specifically is the one that requires screening for outdoor storage between adjacent properties. Proffer 5 requires building approval by two individuals who are now deceased. They were the original developers of the development. The applicant has stated that he feels the proffers have been inconsistently enforced within the park. And in granting the deferral back in September, this body asked staff to analyze compliance within the industrial park, and we'll talk a little bit about that as we go through the presentation. Here is a zoomed in image of the current plan of development, and I'll just walk through some of the elements to understand the property in the zoning case. The outlined in yellow here, as labeled by the applicant, is an 8-foot wooden fence that existed prior to the applicant moving in and purchasing the property. They required some modification to the fill-in for the fence and some additional vegetation within part of the area would have been disturbed. As you can see here in this outlined in red is the applicant's proposed building. The green, oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that. All right. Outlined in green here was that 8-foot black nylon chain link fence that has been installed by the applicant. So according to the proffer requirement, there would be screening of the outdoor storage area around the perimeter of the lot. In addition, there are requirements under the zoning ordinance for screening of such a use from the roadway. And there was existing vegetation or vegetation that were required from the original, the POD that approved previously, but also the one for this property along the road frontage. Also, specifically, we'll talk about a little bit about what's the reasoning behind screening under the zoning ordinance and the comprehensive plan. So what the comprehensive plan discusses regarding screening is really it's encouraged promote compatibility between uses. So when you look at the properties in these industrial parks, it's often important to screen the screen to improve the street views into the neighboring properties because it promotes land value. It also promotes privacy, security, protects the value of individual lots, especially ones that don't have outdoor storage from those that do. This can encourage over time a variety of users within a development, and it gives us flexibility within our properties to utilize different businesses as times change or you attract different businesses to an area. As part of the discussion, when we looked at opportunities to screen, as I mentioned, the proffer did say evergreen screening or a fencing that prevents visual penetration of the property. The applicant did request and staff did approve the use of this material called solid tube. It's really a nice, strong, durable insert that actually goes within that nylon fence that has been installed. And staff felt this was an alternative that would meet the proffered condition of precluding visibility into the outsourced storage area. As we referenced, this is mentioned in the comprehensive plan, directs us for commercial industrial development to consider promotion of higher quality architecture or to promote compatibility within an area where we promote industrial. This is a consideration that we bring forward with any rezoning case to include a proffer amendment. What does the comprehensive plan ask for or guide us to consider? So the applicant did hold a community meeting in June of 25. The applicant reported that 2 people from a neighboring business attended, and they had discussion about the property and the original developers of the park. One attendee was supportive, the other had no comments. At the Planning Commission in July of last year, following the public hearing, the Planning Commission recommended denial with a 3-0 vote, and no one spoke at the public hearing. Staff had received 1 email in opposition of the application. As I mentioned again before, in September of last year, we held a public hearing. During the public hearing, the board granted the applicant's request for a deferral to the May 2026 public hearing. That is that meeting tonight. And granting the deferral, the board asked staff to analyze compliance within the park. So as part of the analysis that we went through, we did look at the Old Dominion Park, which currently has 25 lots within it. And looking at, there are a couple different requirements depending on when the lot was developed, where the lot's located, and we'll sort of walk through those. So specifically, there's 2 types of landscaping and screening requirements. There's the proffer requirements, which we've talked about for this case, and there's also base zoning requirements. Staff identified 7 separate zoning cases and 3 different sets of base zoning requirements that are applicable to differing groups of lots within the park. Not every lot has the same proffer requirements for outdoor storage screening. Some are exempt due to some power lines which run along the property. One was rezoned without proffers. And not every lot has the same base zoning requirements. Again, there's 1 of 3 standards that apply, and that depends on when the property was developed. As you know, we do over time update our zoning ordinance. We come up with new standards to apply things over time. As the ordinance has matured and developed, new standards have applied. We apply those at time of development. So you can see here by the varying types of proffers and requirements on the base ordinance, there will not be uniformity within the development, but we hope that each one does provide the proper screening, landscaping views to be compliant with the plan and the intent of the proffers. There are currently 2 avenues to zoning enforcement in the county, as you are aware. We don't go riding around looking to serve violations. The board doesn't want to spend any time for that. We are complaint-driven and development-driven. So first, when an applicant comes in, requests to develop a property, staff does review and enforce current applicable conditions, zoning conditions, proffer conditions. And this does include when an application for rezoning comes in, we'll evaluate, or for a plan of development, or even with a building permit. And then the other option is complaint-driven, where we receive complaints from the community, often neighbors, that's filed with staff. We do investigate. Where appropriate, we enforce the standards that are applicable to when the property was developed, or when the current action is coming about. So if the property was developed years ago, but now they're doing a new, redeveloping the property in some fashion, well, the new standards could kick in. And of course, whatever applicable zoning conditions there existed. So in summation, should the request not be approved, the applicant would be required to come into compliance with the outstanding regulations we've walked through. For example, they have to meet the screening requirements. That would include the landscaping and the fence screening that was approved. They need to complete other site requirements in accordance with the approved POD. It's likely because of some other improvements that have come about on the property that did not match the POD or the building permit. There would need to be an updated plan of development to be reviewed for approval and compliance. And then also comply with the requirements of building inspection for the property. So removal of proffer 3, staff would say that that's not in compliance with the comprehensive plan and also would promote inconsistency within the development. Proffer 5 is no longer an enforceable proffer because no longer are those individuals living. Specifically, that proffer related to approval of a building that would go into the property had to be approved by those previous owners. This proffer could be removed to improve the enforceability of the conditions, but again, it's a proffer that cannot be enforced currently. So I'll walk through quickly what the proffers are. Proffer 1 that currently exists, all lots in the park remain the same acreage as shown in the approved subdivision plat, which they have over years. There's a 50-foot buffer that go around parts of the perimeter, specifically as part of the applicant's request. Here in yellow and stricken was the specific proffer related to screening between individual properties for outdoor storage. Proffer number 4 would now become number 3 if number 2 is removed, and all wells within the lots were required to be drilled, not bored. Specifically, proffer 5 was the one related to Valentine and Pickles, who were the former developers who required the buildings to meet their approval. If that proffer is removed, proffer 6 would now become proffer 4. That proffer specifically made certain uses that were available within an M2 district not allowable within this industrial park, and that's often typical in a lot of our industrial parks. This is a clean version of the updated proffers that the applicant is requesting. And of course, I'm here available for any questions, and the applicant is here as well.
Board members, any questions? All right. Go ahead.
I know this is probably beating a dead horse, but can you just confirm that the needs of the applicant can still be met and the building can be constructed assuming that the proffers are adhered to? So this is not a vote on starting or stopping potential development. It's just simply saying, you know, these conditions won't be waived or will be waived.
Right. I believe that based upon our previous reviews and submittals that the applicant can come into compliance with the proffers. We have, again, tried to work with to be able to do that. I know there are some outstanding issues around building location and things, and those would be updated through the plan development.
All right, so there's some existing screening on the property that meets requirements. Is that correct?
Correct. There is some
So
existing
just, I mean, I'm trying to get an understanding of, maybe it's in lineal feet or whatever, how much are we talking about here? And what, and he's got a choice between the chain link fence and chain link fence and then, or shrubbery or foliage or trees?
Right. So there's a couple different options. There, at least the time of the original plan of development, and I believe it's still present, the applicant can confirm, was there was existing tree stands that existed. There was an existing wooden fence, each of which would help serve the purpose of the screening between the property lines. There was some area because the original clearing of this lot is a little bit different than what ultimately is proposed by the applicant, so there's more area that needs to be screened than before. To address that, part of the improvement was to allow the applicant proposed to use the black vinyl chain link fence, and we approved the screening insert material, which is a very durable material, and we felt that would meet the proffer intent by using that alternative material. So there's some other landscaping in the fencing insert that would still need to be completed, but based upon the plan of development, it seems like it's reasonable and can be performed.
Do we have a range or value or cost?
We'll say that I would not be willing to offer what that cost would be. I apologize.
But, Mr. Cash, isn't there a fence on the property now? It just doesn't have the screening?
Oh, right, yes. The applicant's already installed 8-foot chain link vinyl fence, and there was an existing wood fence and sufficient existing vegetation on the back third of the property. I can show in the image if you wanted to. I'm sorry, this is kind of moving slow. If you're interested in me getting to a picture, I might be able to draw it for you before we get to it. Huh? There you go, we're almost there. Again, this was prior to development, but you can see there was existing area of vegetation here and around the perimeter. We met with the applicant several times on the site, and part of the fence was missing in here, the old wooden fence where there was a power structure that was here. And so again, and the applicant has actually installed, as you can see, this black chain link fence here, and part of that area. So where the vegetation is not, you would need to have the slats inserted in the fence.
Maybe more for council. So we have two people who are deceased, but they're listed in the proffer. Do we need to take any action, or is this what you would call a force majeure? I mean, an act of God that they're not here and we don't have to worry about this?
As Mr. Cash pointed out, that proffer's not enforceable, but since the case is before you, if you go ahead and approve the removal of that proffer, then every other year, somebody doesn't have to go look up whether those people are alive or dead. It just becomes clearer.
They'll still be dead. I mean.
But somebody will have to look at that.
Okay, all right. I just.
So my recommendation, as Mr. Cash did, would be to accept the removal of that proffer. It will make for a cleaner case.
All right, thank you.
One more question. Mr. Cash, just blanked. I'm sorry, I totally blanked. Excuse me.
All right, would the applicant like to come up and speak?
Is that a rhetorical question?
It might be.
They don't know you.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. I think y'all all know me, but for the record, Evan Weiner, Big Daddy's Oilville Office Land Holding Corporation. We had the presentation that we gave in front of the Planning Commission last year. I don't think that there's any point in going through that again. I think everybody knows, what it looks like in there. So I kind of threw everything I had out the window and just make a few remarks real quick, and then be glad to take any questions y'all have. So I've looked at this parcel for years. My business is growing. 2 years ago, a good friend of mine said, "Hey, I'm ready to sell." And I said, "How much?" And he gave me a number, and I said, "Okay." And so I bought this parcel that had been used for 10 years as a trucking laydown yard for Cisco. Literally, there were 40 or 50 tractor trailers parked on that lot every night. All right. It had an approved POD for a contractor storage yard. There was screening shown on the POD, some of which is it was all shrubbery on the roadside. None of the fencing around the sides or the back was shown on the approved POD when I bought the lot. Okay. After I put the contract down, gave them some money as a deposit to hold. That's when I reached out to the county for a zoning confirmation letter, and that's how I found out about the screening proffer. It is accurate that I knew about it before I signed the purchase contract, but that was also after, before I signed the deed, but that was after I'd signed a purchase contract. And, you gentlemen are all businessmen. I wanted to do this. You know, it's a good spot. I didn't think that it was prudent to walk away from a deposit that I placed with the seller because of what appears to me as inconsistent enforcement during POD reviews and approvals and inspections in the past. We could spend all night standing here going through all the approved PODs. You know, I saw in the presentation that, you know, the applicant claims, you know, if y'all would like to spend some time going through them one by one, I'm glad to substantiate my claims. But, you know, I think that we can all agree that at the end of the day, we've ended up here due to a number of, it's human error. You know, that's what it boils down to. You know, it's honest mistakes. And, you know, so when I went and started to buy this, the last thing I expected was would be the need to waste valuable industrial space on shrubbery or spend a lot of money on fencing. Nor do I, as a citizen, think that anybody wants to drive down the road. You know, if you're looking at this, everything that's in green would need to be screened with the solitubes, okay? So I don't want to ride down the road and see a big 8-foot tall solid fence out of any material, which is the only option that I have in order to conserve the valuable space. You know, I think we can all agree that there's very limited industrial property in the county, much less available property, right? So, you know, it's put me into a position where, due to the policies and whatever's happened in the past, I'm being asked to comply with what's ultimately a law, because proffers are law, right? I'm being asked to comply with a law that staff has not even asked other developers, other builders in this industrial park to comply with, or has not asked most. I look across the street, I see propane tanks outside stored, tanks for sale. I'm not talking about trucks. I'm talking about stacks of tanks for sale. I look at the lot behind me. I see spools of pipe, the exact same stuff that we do. You know, no screening on that parcel at all. I look to my north. I see equipment. You know, I look to my south, to the southwest. I see 25 tractor trailers. I look to the north. I see more tractor trailers, sometimes parked on the road. You know, and I'm just describing it and leaving names out because I don't want to stand up here and be accused of making complaints on my neighbors either. You know, I'm trying to walk a very fine line, and I'm ultimately just trying to be held to the same standard that that folks have been generally held to in the past. You know, neighbor diagonal across the street was told by staff in the past 5 years that windscreen was appropriate. I would put up windscreen, but windscreen does not meet the proffer, and staff has turned that down. You know, windscreen at least provides a little bit of transparency. You know, it helps to make it a little bit less obtrusive, intrusive, whatever the word is. And sorry, I realize I'm maybe using wrong words with education major in front of me, so I apologize. You know, I've tried to find middle ground, and ultimately we're here today because in August or September, we kicked the can on this for y'all to look at it en masse. And a few weeks ago, I asked for a copy of the staff report, you know, so I could see what was ultimately included in this presentation tonight. And that was turned into a FOIA request, which I honestly might be the process, but it was also denied because it's work papers. So, you know, I don't think there's any doubt that we all know what the issue is. We just have to figure out a solution. And my simple request this entire time has been make everybody do the same thing. Don't make Evan do this and not make the other guys do the same thing. Okay, let's treat everybody equally. And I'm not standing here trying to rehash how we got here. It is what it is, you know. Just treat everybody the same. I wanted to add, I made a few other notes during Mr. Cash's presentation. just want to touch on a few things real quick. Just to reiterate, shrubbery is an option. It wastes space. With land over $150,000 an acre on the cheap side, I actually made an offer to someone the other day for more land, and you can't buy for what I bought this for 2 years ago. You know, it's a significant amount of money that you have to expend just to hide something that your neighbors aren't having to hide also. And then, you know, I touched on the previous, you know, when I purchased it, it had an approved POD that wasn't even compliant with the proffers. You know, that POD was approved by staff in the past 10 years without any screening for a contractor's laydown yard. You know, and all I really wanted to do, they're leaving the details out, just add a building, you know, park trucks there, get the stuff out of my backyard that I shouldn't have had there in the first place, you know, which I've done. And the day that I moved stuff over there, trying to resolve one zoning violation, I created another one, even though I had an approved POD to do exactly what I was doing. You know, so it's left everybody in this bad situation. And I'm just the first guy that's tried to develop something since staff realized this in the past 10, 15, 20 years. In terms of, you know, keeping the look consistent, it's an industrial park. You know, I can see the conveyor belts at Martin Marietta. Is that who you can see from 64? You know, I can see them driving down 64. You know, they're not, I mean, they're partially screened, but I mean, you know, folks, I realize that's Henrico across the road, or across 64, but they can probably see them also. You know, so I just come back to what I'm asking for is not out of line with what has been done in there with staff's approval in the past 20 plus years. And, you know, if what y'all say is, hey, you know, Evan, we're going to make everybody come into compliance, I have no problem complying. You know, I would hope that there would be teeth involved with that, and it's not going to be something where staff ends up in a situation where they're taking business owners to court to fix their problems. But ultimately, it's a bad situation, and I don't see how I can be treated. You know, my company can be treated differently than everybody else has been. You know, I know I can be difficult. It's probably an understatement. You know, I can dig in on things. At the end of the day, this is just about right and wrong in my book. That's just what it comes down to. You know, I can't tell one of my kids that have all acted, you know, the same. If they're all three good kids all day long, you know, one of them says, "Hey, can I have a piece of candy?" I can't say yes, and the next one says, "Can I have a piece of candy?" I can't say no. You know, for no reason. That's basically how I feel right now. And it's a very tough balancing act as a citizen, a business owner, and, you know, a landowner and quasi developer out here also. So that's my shtick. If y'all want to go through some of my slides, I'm more than glad to. I'm also glad to defer this, to give y'all time to act en masse if y'all would like to do that. I just, you know, the only thing I've asked for 2 years now is a holistic solution for the entire industrial park, not just Evan. You know, there's a history of proffer changes being made. There's different standards, and all I've said is give everybody the same standard and make them meet that standard, whatever that is. You know, I also, like I said, I also don't think that the standard that is out there today is what would look right either. I'll also add, sorry, Mr. Balders, your brain farts have channeled to me now. You know, that's the gist of it. I'm glad to take any questions. You know, just like I said, looking for ultimately, I would rather have a holistic, you know, solution than an exception for the squeaky wheel, if you will. But that may not be in the cards right now. So.
All right, board members, any questions for the applicant? All right, seeing none. Thank you.
Not a problem.
So now I'll open it up for the public hearing. If you wish to speak for or against this, please come forward. All right, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. And I will entertain any motions. Anyone have a motion? Yes. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I move that the board approve proffer amendment RZ 2025-3, application by Big Daddy's Oilville Office Land Holding Corporation with the following amendments. And I would say retain proffer 3, remove proffer 5.
Second. All right, so
Second.
now we've got motion and a second, so now we can open it up for
Yeah, I
discussion.
just want to clarify, maybe I should have asked this while Mr. Weiner was up there, but if I understand this, we're looking at the diagram here, and what's in green has to be dealt with.
Yes, sir.
And I read somewhere where it's 200 to 300 feet.
Sure, yeah.
Of material, either it's going to be foliage, or it'll be the black fence.
Or if
Or
we,
something
or if
other
we come back
acceptable.
and request something different of staff that meets the proffer, yes.
Right. So that would bring this into full compliance, and then it'd be the end of this. So,
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Winfrey?
yes,
If you lived in a neighborhood that said, no pink houses, and your neighbor painted their house pink, with
Excuse
permission from
me,
the, sorry.
No, you need to go sit down.
yeah.
Oh, sorry.
We are
sorry.
in.
I'm
our-
sorry.
Mr.
Yeah.
Winfrey.
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
Sorry about that.
Discussion is amongst the board.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that.
So,
It's not your fault.
am I
ahead.
correct in y'all's understanding, same as mine, that there's 200 to 300 feet of correction, and it'll bring this into full compliance, and that's what the motion basically is addressing.
Yeah, that's correct, Mr. Winfrey. That's referenced on page 192 of your packet. It's the second
Yes.
bullet on that page.
Right.
200 to 300 feet.
Right.
Yes.
Thought I remember that. Okay.
Any other discussion points from the board?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I remember the comment I was going to make. You know, while I don't believe it's ideal that there are varying proffer levels in this industrial park, the key thing that I keep going to is there's a desire to construct a new building. And we have standards by which we want to see certain aspects in industrial park areas. And that's the crux. I can't say with certainty that if a building wasn't being built, that what we would do, but I can say with a building being constructed and with the proffers in place, those are, and we cannot go back. The situation that's not ideal here is we can't go back and adjust all the proffers that were in place at what looks like many different times. And, you know, with a new industrial park, that's certainly easier, and that will be front and center in making sure we have conformity. This, by nature of the fact that it has seen development over a broad period of time, has this unfortunate situation. But a new building is being constructed, and we do have code and specifications that we're trying to enforce. And with that comes the obligation to be in conformance with those. So that's where I'm falling out on this.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, I'll just
Go
say,
ahead.
I did see Mr. Cosby, who was on the Planning Commission at the time this was originally held, and as I tried to do was I took advantage or the benefit of his deliberations and his processing, and I'm comfortable that the vote the Planning Commission took, which was to deny the waiver, was the correct one because of some of the points that Mr. Vaughters articulated here just a moment ago. It's that the two wrongs don't make a right. At some point, we've got something in play, and it was a caveat emptor where I knew these were there. I had and I'm not a contract law, I'm not a law anything, but this was known to be a requirement before the sale was consummated. So I'm sympathetic. It is, as we'd say in the military, a FUBAR, but it's what we've got to deal with. I spoke with the then planning commissioner, and I'm comfortable that the motion that Mr. Vodders made is pretty solid.
Mr. Lau, I think not ideal is better than FUBAR for purposes.
Veterans knew what I was saying.
All right. I think that'll wrap it up for discussion. Dr. Rayleigh?
Okay, we'll start with Mr. Winfrey.
Yes.
Mr. Waters.
Yes.
Mr. Lyle.
Yay.
And Mr. Christie.
Yes. All right. So we will now adjourn to the Tuesday, June 2nd. Oh, right. Gotcha. We'll adjourn to the May 28th Valley Link special meeting at the Goochland High School Auditorium at 6 p.m. Also to Tuesday, June 2nd for our 1 p.m. Audit and Finance meeting, and following that will be our afternoon regular business meeting and our 6 p.m. public hearing meeting. Meeting is adjourned.